It's Brittany, bitch. And I am back in the form of a new company, the Michael Scott Paper Company. And it is time to make our paper multi-threaded. Okay. I was saying something again. It's been a while since I've started a stream doing this, but it does happen a lot, in which I complain about streaming software because I am genuinely baffled by how bad it is. I mean, the global video streaming market, does that include like Netflix and stuff? No, I mean like the live streaming industry. The live streaming industry. I cannot spell. Between 100 and 140 billion, but we just established that the other, whatever. It is an industry of a few $billion at the very least. And I genuinely don't understand how all the infrastructure around it is so shit. Because I started the stream, and normally Twitch takes a little bit of time before it allows me to run an ad. Usually the ad is supposed to run a minute after the stream starts, but really takes closer to 2 minutes. Except this time it allowed me to run the ad immediately as the stream started, within like 2 seconds of the stream starting. Okay, so we have the stream has been running for 2 seconds. We're going to be running a 3-minute ad. Why did the ad end at 4 minutes? The math is not mathing over here. There's a countdown to when the ad is going to end too. It doesn't seem to be going slow or anything like that, but genuinely, how does this happen? How does this plus this equal this? What is the logic in that? It's not a big deal. I still waited 30 seconds after that to actually start the stream, but can we make it consistent? Floating point math? Are they doing like, what would you even call it? Like 0.01 decimals precision? As in 1 or fewer, like there's a 1 minute margin of error on the fucking floating point math. That is a good guess, so. You never know. Could be that. Alright, hello everyone. You know what? I kind of hadn't thought about the fact that my profile picture on YouTube becomes my thumbnail for my videos. The thing is, when the video gets published, for my live videos that is, when the video gets published, the thumbnail becomes some moment from the live stream. But before that, it's my profile picture, and I have to say, I probably should have taken the picture a little bit better, because that's literally just a screenshot of the stream from before I even was doing 4K streaming. This is a 1080p screenshot of the camera, you know, the same size that it is right now. Maybe I need to do a proper hacker photo shoot with a... May have to do that. Alright. Alright, hello everyone. Hello, Blurry Squire, the code guy, who made me notice about the thumbnail. Also, yes, choose path 1. Terry Davis is the way to go. Hello, Marcy, Danny, Peter, and Joe Stamp. Subscribed long back, first time on the stream. Nice. Welcome. Doing good. It's livable temperatures in Spain today, so I'm very, very happy about that. Livable, but I still prefer to be indoors, not gonna lie. Evenings are okay for going out. Mornings are okay for going out. This morning was quite pleasant. Afternoons are for being indoors. So, good thing I picked up afternoon streaming. Alright, what am I doing today? Today I'm doing a multi-threading, the threading of the multis, or whatever it means. Can make popcorn by just putting corn on the cob outs. I've actually seen, this happens every year, to be fair. Especially, like, okay, this happens every year in the south of Spain. They put an egg on a frying pan outdoors on asphalt. That is a pretty common one. However, I'm seeing them do it in Paris. This is where I've seen these videos before. This is where I'm seeing them now. This is the North Pole. This is where they're doing those videos. So, what is the egg experiment? Is it where we start throwing eggs at billionaires? Because we should be doing that. Frying eggs on cars. I like mine better. How's that one? Trillionaires. Oh wait, I think there's no more trillionaires anymore. We did it, everybody. Oh. I'm actually not entirely sure that that's true. I think it is, though. Oh, oh, it is true. You know he cried. You know he cried. If he's capable of crying. Something tells me he's not. But you know he was upset by that. He threw a tantrum. Did he cry? I don't know. That requires a certain level of emotional intelligence that toddlers have but billionaires lack. However, he threw a tantrum. Guaranteed. Also, something really weird. This is a plastic straw. I literally hadn't seen one in so long. I was like, you mean I'm not gonna be drinking glue? Holy shit, this is... But anyway, glad I can live in constant heat waves and drink glue so that trillionaires can exist. Oh wait, they can't. I think billionaires shouldn't exist, but I find it really, really funny that a guy used to be a trillionaire now isn't anymore. Okay. Right, so I'm working on multi-threading. It's been fun. It's been some fun. Some fun. Okay, I'm doing multi-threading. I'm doing multi-threading in a very limited way. How is there updates every day? There's updates every single day to Debian. Stop! Stop it! Anyway, I updated yesterday. This is not even one of those distros that like keeps up to date with the latest and not greatest of Linux. I'm not sure. Need to go out again, sadly. Maybe another day. Well, you can always catch the VOD if you're interested. But thanks for joining. And welcome. Alright. Threading. So, I'm doing it in a very limited capacity. There is water from the cup on the desk. That's great. Because there's only a couple things that I currently need threads for, and the main thing that these threads don't do is they don't get scheduled. You cannot schedule these threads. They don't actually run on a periodic basis. They kind of only run when they're needed. And by they, I mean it. There's currently only one that I'm using in a demo process to run a signal handler for receiving a signal for quitting the application. Right, so in your application, you run handle signal, the signal that you want to handle, the handler that you want to handle the signal with. Inside of the handler, I'm calling print, I'm setting a boolean, and then I'm returning. Which, all of these things, well, yeah, all of these things kind of are important. You need to consider certain things when it comes to them. First off, any syscall wasn't working. Print wasn't working. Print is a syscall. Probably shouldn't be, but it is. That's fine for now. Haven't felt the need to rework that just yet. I eventually will make a proper logger that works a little bit more structured logs. So then I'm gonna consider doing a print closer to what libc does, which I think like it just holds stuff in a buffer until the buffer gets big enough, then it sends it over to the system so that you don't do constant syscalls just to print stuff. I'm not sure exactly how it decides that, but yeah, I'm probably going to do something closer to that, plus more structured logs. But anyway, this wasn't working because the arguments for the print inside of the kernel from the syscall handler were coming from the main thread. They were hard-coded to take them from the main thread, so I needed to move them to take them from the current thread. So yeah, syscalls now work. Now this always worked. However, you should be careful with this kind of thing. So this is a simple boolean that is literally only set inside of this thread, which can only be run on a specific condition. So we're fine. We don't really need any particularly smart handling of this thing. But yesterday I mentioned how when two threads have the possibility of writing to the same memory, you want to make sure that they don't do it at the same time, they don't overwrite each other's work. So mutexes, locks, semaphores, there's a bunch of other names for that. Don't really need them right now, but they are important to be considered. And then what would happen when the atomic memory is the correct name for the type of variable? Then the mechanism to prevent you from accessing it at the same time is called a lock, or a mutex, which is mutual exclusion. If I'm not mistaken, that's the correct meaning of that. And then once you have those things, you have to, you don't necessarily have to, but you want to do some things to optimize scheduling your threads. But we don't have to worry about any of that stuff. We don't schedule threads, only the main thread gets scheduled. And I know exactly all the variables that I access through threads and what I do with them. So for now, I don't need them. I can build this thing as progressively as possible because there's already been a lot to build yesterday and a little bit off stream as well. And then returning. Returning from the thread means that there's nothing else to execute after it. This is like returning from main. What happens in that case? Well, before it was actually causing a fault, which I could catch and just be like, all right, the thread finished. But yeah, yesterday investigating a little bit, I found the place where the main function is able to quit, because that's how I used to handle it. But thanks to a pull request, it kind of changed a little bit, made it a little bit cleaner. Right, when you return from the main function, what it does is there's a page in memory, actually shared between all the processes, that contains one instruction, halt. That's it. So you jump to that, which interrupts the execution of your program. Simple, easy enough. Now there's two instructions. One for halting the execution of your program, one for halting the execution of the thread, but not the entire program. If you call that one from the main thread, it will also halt your entire program. So yeah, even returning required a little bit of extra handling, but that's done too. And one thing that I hadn't considered yesterday is the fact that, well, I'm testing it on an on-quit signal. And by the way, can you catch a sick kill? No, you're not supposed to be able to catch a sick kill. The thing is, it's up to quit is a signal that gets sent to programs to be like, hey, you're being told to quit. Like, for example, you press Command Q on Mac. You actually, same thing can happen on Control Q. That's a shortcut that tells the application to quit, but the application is allowed to, save its state, quit in a elegant manner, all of that stuff. Whereas instead, sick kill is like, hey, you're done. Get out of here. You're not allowed to catch that one. And there is an exception that I copied off of Unix for the same thing. The other one is kill, stop, and continue cannot be handled. Kill, which is just like your program is dead. You don't get to, you don't get to say no to this one. You don't get to handle this one at all. Stop is your program is being unscheduled. It will no longer run until it gets restarted by continue. So these three that completely control the execution of the program cannot be handled. Their behavior when the signal gets sent to your process is controlled by the kernel, not by the process itself. Quit, on the other hand, is controlled by the process itself because you decide, first off, do I want to quit? Maybe you want to override that. For example, most browsers, Command Q, they have the option of adding a confirmation. Do you really want to quit? That way you don't accidentally press it and close all your tabs. God forbid you have any RAM available. So, yeah, that's an example of how you can catch signal quit. Auto-saving a document if someone's working on it, for example. Games asking for confirmation to quit as well is a very common one. So yeah, signal quit and signal kill are two different ones. Kill is just like, sorry buddy. Quit is, you can say no. You're allowed to say no. Alright, so now we have signal handlers in user space, which we couldn't really have because the signal handler is a completely different entry point to your program. Your program has its, main thread, its update loop, update the UI, read the input, blah, 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 all that stuff. And then it has a completely other entry point, which is, I received a signal to quit. So it's a completely different thing. Because we didn't have that, we couldn't handle signals in user space. In kernel processes, they could handle it because their signal handler is literally just a function that gets called from the kernel. But in user space, it requires context switching. We couldn't really do that. Now we can. And yeah, one thing I didn't consider is if a signal... Okay, so quit, usually you will receive that signal... Well, you can receive it multiple times. Actually, why shouldn't you? But it's not very common that you're going to receive it multiple times. But if you receive it multiple times, you always need to start at the beginning of the execution of the thread. So that is important. Essentially, I'm resetting the thread back to the very beginning of how it works. Back to the very beginning of how it works. And I'm doing that simply by just setting the stack back to the top. That's literally all I control about it. I didn't actually test what would happen. I didn't check, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't work very well. Maybe this function would, because it's not using any, like, it's not even using this do not use this variable, which now it should be allowed to use, but it isn't yet. This isn't ready yet. So yeah, I'm not using this at all, not using any variables. So it doesn't really matter. It's a completely, like, what do you call that in memory safe languages? Immutable function? The concept is mutability, but the point is no, it's not, because this does modify the state of the object. Again, it's not really a concept that applies here, but it doesn't matter. The point is the function does not modify any of its own variables. So it uses the stack for practical reasons, but it doesn't really need it. But yeah, if a process does something like this, that allocates onto the stack. And if I'm not resetting the stack every time you run the function, you risk, things being a little weird. So I reset the stack back to the beginning. Easy. Again, it works, but not sure if it's strictly necessary, but I think, logically, the stack should be reset to the beginning when you run a function that acts as an entry point into the program. Alright, so yeah, there's that. And then I added a stack manager that just creates a new stack, because each thread needs to have its own stack, so they don't override each other's local variables and whatnot. And yesterday I was hard coding the stack that it was using. Now I'm doing some proper math for it. And I can actually make this a little higher if I'm not mistaken. Should be able to go to F, probably. Maybe shouldn't though. Yeah. I'm not able to go to F. That didn't work. Also, I'm on a different theme. No, still didn't work. Alright, is this not actually working? What if I go to 9? Don't start breaking again. Okay, I spent a long time making sure that everything would work. So, please don't start breaking. For the love of God. Alright. I'm probably putting something else in those addresses. I'm not sure. But I can go up to 8. 8 works. No, it doesn't. Okay, whatever. I'm just keeping this at 7. This is the top of the first stack. And then everything gets allocated onto... I wonder if that's the problem. Worth a shot. Yeah, so it starts at this address and it goes down to this address. And if you fill all of that with stacks, you have too many threads. I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, for some reason, any address higher than 7 crashes here. But I am, again, not entirely sure why, even when I do it clean. Alright, we'll keep it at 7. 7 works. Okay, everything works. And there's my program. You can see it for a second, then it receives the signal and it quits. Alright. Actually, there's a... The way that it works is the program starts, sets the signal handler, immediately sends the signal. each of those times it also like schedules other processes in between. Then the signal handler sets that boolean to true. Then the process, the main thread, sees the boolean and quits itself. Because again, sig quit is not you have to quit the program, it's you're being asked to quit the program. It's asking politely but firmly. Which means you technically can still refuse to do that, but it's not very polite to do so. Okay. Still not entirely sure why this was crashing, but whatever. It works. And also one thing that I really don't like about KDE, I mean, I like this cursor, especially because it keeps growing forever. That's really nice. One thing that I don't like about it is how quick it is to start growing. The point that I do this a lot to show stuff. And, you know, stuff. Come on, you're not doing it now? Oh, does it not do it? Okay, it's weird. See, I do that, and it grows, and it's a little weird. But anyway, we're good. Alright, so threading is largely a solved issue. However, it is now time to use it for something else. This is also where I want to consider what I'm doing here with the threads a little bit. I said there were two reasons why I wanted to use threads. The first one was signals. The second one was the file system. I've been talking about how the file system is modular and expandable, and the main way to do inter-process communication should be the file system, as well as the fact that the processes should allow other processes to use their resources through the files. That's literally inter-process communication. Oh, in case you didn't know, that's what it is. Not sure why I said it like it was a different thing. It's literally the same thing. But, yeah. And I mentioned how there's a couple things that are running in kernel right now because we didn't have the ability to expand the file system in user space, and that was awkward as hell. Like the clipboard, an LSP, and the terminal's history. All of those things exist in kernel space for some reason. So we should be able to move them out of... Sleeping on a pillow. Brother. He's so comfortable. We should be able to do them in user space now. I hope. Alright. To do that, though, I need two programs. I need one of them to create the file system, and another one to access the file system. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to move the terminal history, this module, onto the terminal, the actual terminal. It doesn't really make sense to have it there because then it's going to be a different one for every terminal instance that you open, but it works for testing. So I'm going to need to copy these, take this away, get rid of the module here. That way it doesn't get loaded by the kernel anymore. Then go to the terminal, go to main, and plop that down somewhere. Maybe like near the main function. Hello Kayal, how you been? A little bit of includes, and a little bit of a remembering the name of the syscall that I created for this. Hold on. Load fs module. It is a commented out thing. Alright, load fs module. Is it here? Yes, it's also commented out. I'm going to uncomment these two out and bring them back. and use it. Right, so that's going to be the first thing you do. Load fs module as term history module. That should be all it takes for you to load this terminal. Term history module onto the file system. By the way, this was supposed to be /terminal/history. For the sake of simplicity, I'm keeping it as term history, so I can put all of its functions directly here. No subdirectories. But I thought about it a little bit, and it should be possible for me to do it with just a little bit more boilerplate than this. It's just not worth it right now, so we're going to keep it as term history. Maybe after I'm done actually implementing the thing, I can do that. Because I should have all the necessary pieces to do that. Alright, so this is for loading the file system module. Then the process syscall load fs module is also commented out. We're going to comment it back in. And why can you not find that? They're also I commented everything out, didn't I? I see. There we go. All right. Right, and let me guess, these are also commented out. There they are. All right. And they need what I added yesterday, a new reference to the current thread that is running. Not super necessary in this one, but it is necessary in this one. Since, of course, the first argument to the system the first argument to the system module is, well, to load a system module is the system module pointer itself, which we will need to actually access safely using this macro, where we set the type system module, the name mod, the argument it belongs to, and whether we're going to be writing to it. We are not going to be writing to it. We're going to be reading from it. Alright, so that is pretty much the same line that I deleted, but with a lot of safety checks before it. Well, one safety check before it. Alright, so that is going to load a process module, and this is where we need to get a little bit smart about how to design this. Because technically, this module that I'm loading contains a bunch of function pointers. Same as a signal handler, right? A function pointer exists within the program, but not within other programs. So it needs to be accessed by that program. That's why we're going to need threads. The issue here is that, number one, the address to these pointers, the address to these function pointers is entirely within the virtual space of the program, which is not accessible from other programs. So, yeah, that is an issue. And also, that is a problem. That is a big problem. My God. Okay, so essentially, if my program tells you, like, to read files in my file system module, you go to this address. This address is only available in my program, not within yours, not within the kernel. Which means, whenever we want to access this address, we need to unload whatever memory mapping we have right now, load the one for this process, create a thread, run the function as the main entry point of that thread, read the return value of the thread as the return value of the function, and use that as the result of the entire operation. That is what you call a pain in the ass to do. Whew. All right, I think easiest thing that I can do. Set an owner to this thing. You don't have to fill this in, it gets filled in automatically. There is an owner to the system module who loaded it. Here, the owner is going to be the process, using that ID. Everywhere else in this load module function, if there isn't one set already, it is going to be set to the kernel process, which is 1. Is there a way to hardcode this? Get kernel process? Yes. Get kernel process ID. Alright, so now we have, there is a concept of an owner to the system module. That way I can handle this entire logic. If the owner isn't the kernel, I have to do some context switching before I can access the damn thing. Which is kind of tragic to think of, to be honest. But whatever, it's necessary. It needs to be done, it needs to be done. What can I say? What can I do? Alright, oh, I didn't respond to that. I'm doing good. Kind of hoping to get this entire multi-threading thing done. Because I don't enjoy working with it. I gave this advice yesterday, I'm going to give it again. If you are working on a system that there's going to be multiples of something, but right now you only have one, write the code as if you had multiples of it. Even if you only have one. As in, if you're going to be writing the definition of a process in your operating system, and it only has one thread, but eventually it's going to have multi-threading, write the code as if you had multiple threads. And then, when you actually have multiple threads, it's going to be a lot less of a headache because you'll already have considered the difficult parts. Whereas instead, right now I'm having to at first hack a lot of things in to make them work properly, and second, rewrite a lot of the code. Actually, there is one thing. The way that the processes stack is being mapped onto virtual memory right now is very hacked together. Well, I took out all of this code because it was hard-coded to only have one stack. Continuous section of memory, only one. Whereas now that we have multiple threads, each thread has its own stack, non-continuous sections of memory. I had to go through this entire code, or I would have to go through this entire code to write it properly. So I'm not doing that right now. Instead, I'm just doing a very simple check, which might actually be enough. I just need to double check to know if it's enough. But yeah, pretty much just the kind of code that we're trying, the kind of allocation that we're trying to do is a stack. Allocate it as a stack. Whereas before it was doing like, okay, you're trying to allocate onto the stack. But is that continuous on the stack? Like, is the previous section already in use? If not, that's a problem. You're not allowed to do that. You can't have non-continuous sections of the stack. So, yeah. Now I need to go through all this code. It's not a lot, but hope you can comprehend how incomprehensible it can get when you're working with this stuff. Whereas if instead it had already considered the possibility that maybe in the future there's going to be multiple stacks, this would have been a lot easier. And just like that, that's just what I didn't have time to do this morning. I already did, well, this morning, like an hour ago. I already did a lot of other similar things to handle stacks in other places. Okay, back to what I was writing. Okay, so the file system now has a... Here it is. This part I'm going to have to do kind of manually, kind of... I don't know how to handle it. Because I need to run a thread for the current program, but I don't need to run it from within the scheduler. Maybe that's okay. Man, it's kind of okay, yes. But I'll need to see. What I do here, I'm probably going to end up moving over to... I got this. I'm blanking on the name. To signals as well. So that signals will be handled in the same way that I handled the file system today. But essentially, when you do anything on the file system, you get the module that you're going to be working on, right? So if I try to open a file in term history, this module will be the module that is actually loaded from the user space program. So first we want to check, is the module available? Does the module have an open function? If not, it fails. However, if this is going to get a little ugly, at least the first part, then I can clean up the code. Okay, default to that. If the module owner is not equal to the kernel process, then this is a module loaded by a different program. And then we need to handle all that logic. Otherwise, we can just run this as normal. Since it is a kernel process, we can literally just run the function as normal. Have I had any problems with KDE so far? No, literally, like, my biggest annoyance with it is the fact that I sometimes explain things like this and it does that. That's literally it. I like that it does that, actually. Yeah. Again, I like making the cursor grow indefinitely. I got shit to do. I'm not gonna do this right now. But not really. I haven't had any issues with KDE. It's... what issues can you possibly have with a... with a desktop environment? I've had issues with X11 and Wayland, both. To the point that what I have right now is just a little bit hacked together. It's Wayland, but for example, OBS runs in X11. That I've had issues with, but not KDE. For that matter, I had never had issues with GNOME either. I am not from Eastern Europe, no. Is it Western or Southern Europe? Well, wait, hold on. Same question, actually. Is it Western or Southern Europe? Is Italy considered Western Europe or Southern Europe? But also, I live in Spain. So, is that considered Southern or Western? We're a little bit weird when it comes to that. All right. I'm going to panic here. I don't know what else to do. CBA-RN. Now, the only reason I'm not going to panic is that I would need to include a header that I'm never going to remove, so I'm just going to print CBA-RN and return a result, which is the error. Gonna have to do the same thing for all of these. All of these functions, although, okay, this is actually open file, so this one, no. This one, where's the read function actually being called? Here. So it's a little bit of boilerplate. For all of these functions, they're probably going to look closer to this one than that one, so we're good. We're just keeping it this way. Close file global, this, mod, owner, and just return, nothing else to do. Otherwise, just close. There's actually no need to return. Write file, same thing. Same thing. This is the write being done. We're going to move it over here. Do that. And thank you, Twitch, for making your moderation absolutely shit. Actually, wait, have I been doing this properly? Yes, setting this variable, okay. Alright, so set the amount written to this, continue running the function as normal. A simple read is really just calling other functions, so that's good. Simple write is just calling other functions. Listing directory contents, same thing here. Check the owner of the module, and then you just have to return 0 in this case, because I can't be arsed. Then same for get stat. You're going to return false by default, otherwise you're going to do this. Truncate. We're getting to the end of this whole thing. The result of this doesn't matter. So just return false there. Okay, that's it. All right, so now I have the boilerplate of if a module belongs to the kernel, then access it regularly. What I don't have is if the module belongs to a user space program, we need to do a whole lot of stuff to make it work properly. And that's the thing that might be a little bit difficult to do. There goes the fuck-ass C++. You're not initializing this variable. You forgot to initialize this variable. I'm being helpful right now. I'm being so helpful right now. Telling you that you forgot to initialize a variable. How dare you? Is C++ ever not going to give me issues? Wait. Okay. So first off, it is an error that I am not initializing a variable when I expect it to be 0 initialized if I don't explicitly initialize it. So that's an error already, which is ridiculous. But then on top of it, it requires the field designators to be specified in declaration order. Alias info will be initialized after field owner, which means I need to move it up until it is in the correct position. So not only are you're not initializing this variable that's supposed to be 0 initializer, that's an error, but also you're not initializing it in the right place. That's bad. What is your problem though? Never realized this was missing. What else is missing? My god. Alias info. There, are you happy now? Literally just doing this to make the compiler happy. This is so annoying. Because, like, C++ should never be happy, you know? That's the main reason. C++ should suffer. So, genuinely, why are you bothering me with this? This is beneath me. It's way below my pay grade. Interesting. For audio, I'm doing a C++ driver invert and a C driver for Raspberry Pi, because the C driver is just a stub, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. But that's interesting to notice. Anyway, is that enough, or you got more of that where that came from? It got more where that came from. Okay. I forgot to do USB common. USB common. Didn't I do it? I did do it. Apparently not. Wait, how many USB modules am I creating? Oh no, I didn't do this one at all. Okay, I forgot to do it. Are we happy now? My god. C++, you... It's... C++ stands for crap plus plus, by the way. I'm literally just sitting here adding ridiculous zero initialization, because C++ cannot handle the possibility of me not explicitly doing everything. And yes, I will complain this about every single time it happens. I mean, I will complain about this every single time it happens, because look how annoying it is. I'm still doing it. Still got shit to do. My god, it's done, finally! Oh my god, we made the C++ compiler happy. Yay. Alright, I think the file system is working properly. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. No, I think the file system is working properly. I think what's failing here is the module loader. On line 44, right, there is one more thing I forgot. This. If module owner is not equal to the get kernel process ID, can't init module, yeah. There is an initializer to modules, and that exists in user space, so we cannot run it. They have to use sockets header? What do you mean sockets header? Initializing is important, also must be in order? Are you just... Are you messing around, or do you have an actual justification for why the shit has to be done? Because as much as I'm hostile towards it, if there is an actual reason for it, I would love to hear it. I'll think it's invalid, but I'll love to hear it. I mean, again, I had just had to do that to make the C++ initialize the C++ compiler happy, and C++ should never be happy. So by that alone, I shouldn't have to do that. Otherwise, it will have a garbage value. It wouldn't if this wasn't a garbage language. I'm not gonna lie. C++ and C both have this garbage behavior, in which they have garbage initialization. The thing is, if I have an item, right, of some sort, I have a system module made up of all of these fields, and I create that object on the stack, it should be zero initialized. It is both unsafe and stupid and unwise to give me uninitialized data back. So, yeah. So many languages do 0 init for you. Exactly. Exactly. It should be 0 initialized by default. When I am explicitly initializing something, even like I'm doing there, if either of these languages was good, because again, C has the same issue, but I think a language that claims to be C but improved should probably improve on C. Am I speaking crazy here? If C has a flaw, C++ should fix the flaw. For example, my own compiler does that. Because it claims to improve on C, and it improves on C. What happens here when I create... This is still my Italian programming language, by the way, which I don't think it's actually going to compile. But by the way, I'm working on language packs for my compiler. So now you can have a French header that gives you French types, and the Italian header that gives you Italian types, and they both inherit from Latin. And then you can compile whatever language you want from one of these descriptions. But anyway, let's compile the Italian one, I guess. We're gonna write code in Italian real quick, just to prove my point. Don't ask me why I named the language that. That's not good. That's like a lot of errors too. No, I think I broke something. Alright, I'll figure it out in a second. But the point, well, in a second, I'll figure it out later. I said today I would work on either multithreading or a Lisp interpreter. I'm gonna work on the Lisp interpreter tomorrow, or when I'm done with what I'm doing today, but tomorrow at the very least, or Monday. So I'll get back to the compiler then, I'll figure out what the fuck is going on here. But my point is, if in my language you write code like this is an uninitialized variable, that is dangerous, that is bad, that is stupid, that it doesn't get auto-initialized. So what does this translate to? Because my language compiles to C, it will translate to... It's a little bit ugly, I have to say, because I'm not being super smart about the way that I do it, but it translates to this. Default 0 initialization for the variable type. The reason it does it like this instead of 0 is that, you know, if it was another type, like system module, then it would do the same thing. So that way the code is universal without me having to know what type it is. Again, it's just a little hack, but it doesn't really matter. The point is, it does that. It's just reasonable that a language should do that, especially one that claims to improve on C. If you don't do that, you're lying to me. Oh, look at that. I restored the English. We're back to the English programming language. I use simple code in C too, and C++ too, but it sucks. It fucking sucks that I have to do this. This is simple code. It's initializing a struct. And that is simple. For that matter, even constructors have hidden complexity in C++, so what the fuck? Language is... Yeah. Stupid language. Stupid language. Anyway, where's the unload module? Here it is. Here it is. So the same boilerplate that I'm writing here. The same boilerplate that I'm writing here, I'm going to need to write here. Alright, and all this boilerplate that I've had to write, including the C++ one, amounts to, actually I needed that else, I'm not sure how this could ever possibly come up. If you can't initialize a module, you literally cannot deinitialize it because the module was never loaded in the first place. But hey, nonetheless, yeah. I'm adding the boilerplate. Did I miss the asshole by just a few minutes? Did I miss the context? Also, why is your message not showing up in my OBS chat? The others are, but yours is not, Stony. Sorry, you're banned off OBS. Oh, there you are. Oh, the person I banned? Yes. Is choosing computer course right now provide a good return on investment? Couldn't tell you, to be honest. My personal opinion is probably, especially if you don't go too deep on LLMs, because that's not going anywhere, but it's not exactly the same thing that other people would agree on, so maybe I'm not the right person to ask. Anyway, okay, we have all this boilerplate, which essentially amounts to you can load a module from user space onto the system and expand the file system dynamically, except it crashes. But ignore that part. You can do that, but it literally cannot be accessed. We literally cannot do anything with it. Well, actually, I think I fixed the crash now with this boilerplate. But it literally will just give you an error every single time you try to do anything with it, including initializing it, which means it never will get loaded. And in order to properly initialize it and properly do stuff with it, we need to be able to run the function of that process from within the context of that process correctly. And I kind of want to make a generic way of doing this, so I'm going to explore my possibilities after the ad break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I genuinely need someone to explain AI to me because we're in the cannibalism stage of capitalism at this point, where everything's just being, taken for what little profit is left to be had. So I get that. But I just saw yet another company, A24 this time, announcing an AI partnership to universal hatred after getting their biggest movie ever with no AI. Because why the fuck would you need AI to make the backrooms? But yeah. What's the plan here? How will these be profitable? People will either not care and still watch your movies, but the quality is gonna go down, or people will stop watching your movies because you use AI. Nobody's gonna go like, oh my god, A24 used AI in their latest movie. I'm so excited to go see that. I don't think anyone is that brain rotted. Literally 0 people probably have that opinion. What's the plan here? I need someone to actually explain what the business model of companies partnering with AI companies is. Because how do you expect to make money off of something that either people don't care about or hate? And maybe 3 people like. All of which are in the tech industry, which is just a giant bubble. And it's because they probably think they can make money off of the damn thing. Any business students that can explain that one? What is the fucking plan here? Let's nuke our company. Woohoo! The idea of getting large investment money. Somebody has to notice that eventually the money's gonna run out, right? It's never been sustainable and never is sustainable. I was using AI a lot. It's a garbage product, by the way. So here's the thing. I've known about AI coming since GPT-3 launched. Since the original launch of ChatGPT at the end of 2022. October, November, something like that. November. I didn't use it for a long time. I did March, April 2023. I used it until early last year. For the largest amount of time, I was in deep denial about it being useful. Well, kind of. I was using it, it was getting in my way constantly of what I was trying to do. Be it a difficult thing, be it a simple thing, doesn't matter. It was always in my way. But I was like, well, let me ask AI. And also, the more you use it, the less you get used to doing things by yourself. So it kind of becomes this whole cycle, which was very easy to break out of. And now you can see that I can code without AI. Complex systems with barely any reference, tutorials, or examples, sample code, anything like that. And now I use it for work. And once again, I can ask it the simplest thing, and it does it in the stupidest way possible. And I keep talking about AI in coding because there's literally no other use for it. The tech industry is the only one where people delude themselves into thinking that this technology is useful. Which is why whenever a movie studio announces an AI partnership, it is met with universal backlash, with the exception of one dumbass on Twitter, because it's fucking Twitter. Okay, that's... What do you expect on the Elon Musk website? Keep in mind, AI LLMs, generating stuff, right? Computer vision, sure. Yeah. Machine learning, yeah. Even LLMs for, language processing, yeah. That's reasonable. The problem is to throw everything at the language processor, at the fucking parrot. are the word generator. I understand a solo dev with a large task list, but also, like, same. Like, yeah. But no, I get that part. But it's not like we're seeing any of these performance improvements. It's not like it actually does the thing that you're supposed to do. Okay, let me see if I can tell this story without saying too much. But I did use AI to make a prototype. It was a very simple prototype. You just need to talk to the operating system's native API and ask it to give you something. A numeric value. I needed a demo. iOS and Android. Told it to do it. Did the thing. I look at the code. It never talked to the system API. Which, mind you, in Swift and Kotlin, it's literally just like import API. And then here it's just like API init value. This is literally all the code you need. Obviously, you know. In terms of practical code, this is literally all you need to access this thing. And the entire time, it was like creating this super complex mock system where it's like... And then mock value is implemented like this. And then there was a comment that was like this. iOS does not have a native API for Android for this like Android does, so we fake it. Then I went to the Android code. The comment looked like this. Oh, and I forgot one thing. The call to sleep. To simulate network latency. Fucking amazing, man. Trillions invested into this shit. Can't buy RAM. Can't buy GPUs. Steam Machine is dead on arrival. We decided to build the entire world around technology. And then these idiots came in and built this shit. And now we were like, yeah, okay, let's do it. Well, isn't the world fucking great now? Everything's run by AI. Where was this code? A prototype that I asked AI to generate for me. The Android one was like, iOS has an API for this, but Android does not, so we're gonna fake it. And iOS was like, Android has an API for this, but iOS does not, so we're gonna fake it. It's just like... And both of the times, I sent it the very simple to understand reference for how to do it. I ended up doing it myself. It was mostly just to see how well can it do it. Can it truly do it? Because I keep being told how AI is able to one-shot this and that. And it never one-shots this or that. Whenever I try it, it never works. When the people who advertise AI or work with AI or directly benefit from AI do it, it works for them. When I do it, it doesn't work for me. Let's put it this way. Does AI work? Right? That's the question that we want to solve. Alright, so we have a... You know where this is going, right? Do I need to make the graph clearer? I mean? I think we get the point. So, yeah. No. Yeah, it's great. It was Claude. And don't tell me that, oh, you should have just used Codex, because Codex would have done the same thing. No, let's actually make it clear. Can I do just... Nah. That works. Wait, there's 2 lines here. I didn't realize I also copied. Alright. Need to work on your Excalibur skills. I need a drawing tablet. I'm doing it on the mouse. It's not great. I need to create a custom video player for iOS. Isn't there a library for it? I'm kind of surprised. The problem was that you didn't talk in the AI pseudocode language or markdown clearly. True. 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 That's the problem. If only there was a way that I could tell the computer in a deterministic, non-ambiguous language what to do. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that just be fucking amazing? Can you imagine? Oh my god, can you imagine? How great would that be? Maybe using the let's be clear. English, but really any human language, is ambiguous by default. English especially is not incredibly amazing as a language, not gonna lie. But any language suffers from this. They are ambiguous. They are not clear by default. Which is why we'd never code it in plain English, plain Spanish, plain French, or plain Italian. Because we've always needed a whole bunch of extra stuff to make the language clear and unambiguous. Why exactly would it work now? Just because there's also a little bit of statistical analysis in the gambling machine? In the slot machine? Did I say slop or slot? Doesn't matter. I'm just drinking ice as it melts, by the way. I didn't have enough time to make coffee. So, well, I literally didn't have coffee. When I bought this, I also bought, like... I was gonna say a baggie, but that word sounds very, very wrong. But I also bought coffee so I can make it. Codec and container support in iOS is way lower than on Android. Yeah, but isn't there a library for that? I've only ever done native. It can't be foreplay and whatnot. Like AV Foundation type of stuff. So I couldn't really give you any specific pointers, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a library for that. Because that reminded me of that one guy that wrote an entire article that, like, oh my god, I need to do markdown parsing in my program, but iOS doesn't do it natively in its text view types. How would I ever be able to do this without AI? And it's like, bro, you could have used a library. Here's one, here's another, here's another, here's another. People gave him like a dozen AI libraries. Alright. Oh. Anyway, RIP A24. Still haven't seen the backrooms, actually. I guess I'll watch the AI version of it. But yeah, who actually likes AI? There's developers who fooled themselves into thinking that it's useful. There's losers who think that they're gonna make money off of it. You know that one picture, it's AI generated, but there's that one picture of the gold rush. Okay. This is like the precursor to that image. That's not the way I'm talking about. But essentially, when everyone digs for gold, sell shovels. But it's just a picture of a bunch of guys, all at their own little stand, selling shovels. And a guy comes by, and they're like, "Are you here to buy a shovel?" And he's like, "No, I'm here to sell shovels." I'm finding the unironic version of it, but I'm not finding the ironic version of it that comes up on Twitter every once in a while. But essentially, all these guys are shovel sellers. Is this it? No, this is not it. Well, Google is dead, so yeah. You can see how bad AI is through Windows 11. I know you can, but I'm not gonna. Thank you. So I don't want to use that operating system ever again. You've got a point, though. I did a little AI competition at college. Wasn't going to, but then when the deadline passed, the teacher put it back up because of lack of submissions. I feel like, okay, finally, the tech industry is also moving away from AI. There's a gift card to be won, but I engineered a prompt to turn a chatbot into a dramatic IT support agent. Gemini came up with the idea. I was too lazy. Okay, but like all those chatbots, like the support chatbots, never fucking work. The coding agents never fucking work. The movies all look like shit. The pictures all look like shit. By the way, AI, like at the very least, like I don't know how many times I've seen, again, excuse my horrible drawing skills, especially with the mouse. But how many times have you seen a picture that looks like this? Obviously better drawn. This exact framing of anything. The chat GPT generated images all look like this. Every single one of them. I just don't know how to Google something without actually generating one just for the sake of it. But like they all look the same. That's Madrid. What the fuck? Fuck off. But it's always like that angle, a guy sitting at a desk, maybe a computer in front of them, something behind them, something on the left. Every single one looks exactly the same. All the avatars look like this shit. Kind of like the opposite of this, but this one is also a very common one. It's kind of like from both angles. At that point, just use a fucking like template image generator. At least it's gonna be smarter for you to do that. Nobody's gonna hate you for using it. Downloaded the document, uploaded it to Gemini to ask for ideas, and it told me to make one. Yeah, that makes sense. The generated YouTube advertisements about Tai Chi walking? You know, every time I use YouTube in incognito mode and I have ads, I'm so... Ugh. But I wouldn't know what Tai Chi walking ads there are. But yeah, like all the pictures look the same, all the videos look the same, all the code looks the same and doesn't work. All the... everything is the same. And when it's supposed to work, it doesn't work. What's the point of AI? He's off the pillow, but he's still dreaming. To be a dog not using AI. But still affected by its environmental impact. Alright. Melt faster! Actually, don't. That would mean it's hotter in here. Don't do that. I can just drink regular water too, like I literally have it here. But this one has a slight taste of coffee and somehow that's good. A little sweet, even though it don't have any sugar in it. Probably weird blends and whatnot. Alright. To initialize modules in this focus thing, I need to create a thread just for that. To call this function, module init, I need to create a thread where the thread's entry point is the function. I need to give it a stack, which I created a helper for. And in the stack, I'm going to need to place, well, no, not in the stack. In its arguments, I'm going to need to place the arguments to the function. Now, this alone is not super difficult, but it will require a lot of boilerplate. And we already saw how many places I'm going to need to add this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I don't want to write the boilerplate 9 times. I would love to have something that, at the very least, a macro that helps me do it. So I'm gonna see if I can do that. But anyway, the way that it works is pretty much what I did there. New thread. That is enough boilerplate. For which process? For the owner of the here. Actually, this is where I need to put it. A new process for the get process by process ID, the owner, and its entry point is going to be the modules init. Cast to a pointer. Alright. That is going to be enough to create the thread. I don't even need to schedule the thread or to really like hold it anywhere. And just... But then, in my thread here, I need to put in register 0 the pointer to the module. This probably won't be very good. I need to copy the pointer to the module into the process's memory. There's a lot to consider, but that is what I need to do, and then I need to run the thread. Right, so that is the code that I need to write. This is the logic of it. If no p, return false. Create the thread based off of that. Then this is a pointer to that. What is your problem? Ah, yeah. I still need to cast it to a pointer. And then I'm going to need to create this new function run thread that's going to run thread once. Pains me to see how many people in my classes use AI for literally everything. It's crazy how people use AI for the most simple things. But again, I get it. It gets to a point. You get so used to using AI that the second that you have to write any code that is a little bit complex, or any time that you have to do a task that is particularly complex, what are you going to focus on? You know, let me just ask Claude to do it. Let me just ask Codex to do it. Let me just ask this thing to do it. It's easier. I'm 15 years old. I want to be a software engineer. Should I focus on how to write syntax or on logic and algorithm? Logic and algorithms. Another big reason why LLMs are not really solving anything when it comes to coding. Just tying it back to what I was talking about, but it has nothing to do with your question necessarily. Is that coding is about logic. What matters is not the words that you type or the symbols that you use to write those words, but more so about the logic of what they do. So Logic is more important. Pretty much the same thing as being said in the chat. Once you understand variables, loops, and functions, and the way that the code actually does things, then the syntax of the language doesn't really matter. I've written very simple programs, admittedly, nothing super complex, but in new languages in like an hour on here. There was a time in which like every stream for about an hour or less than that, I was just writing a new language to see what it was like, because the syntax. Okay. Hope no one crashed their car outside. The syntax doesn't really matter, and the logic I already know because it's the same for most of them. So, yeah. Definitely focus on the logic. Solid fundamentals are important, but I think logic is the fundamentals of programming. Logic is what really matters when it comes to programming. The Odin example, yes. I literally have it, all the examples that I wrote here. They're just in a folder called Zig test because Zig is the only one that I actually installed. Yeah, this is the same program written in C, Rust, Gleam, Go, Lisp, Jules, Nim, Odin, PHP, and Swift. What really matters is the syntax of the languages is not what matters. What matters is the logic. I missed COBOL. Should I try COBOL? Can I do that online? There's probably someone who's made a COBOL online playground. I've always been interested about COBOL. Maybe I want to get a job at a... Never mind, it broke. Okay, you know what the problem is? To fix the COBOL compiler, they need a COBOL programmer, and there's none of those anymore. So... so it's broken. Okay, it worked this time. Hold on, alright. In my head, I'm going to be thinking a little bit about how to structure the thing, while at the same time I write this thing. Claude can probably fix the COBOL stuff. Oh, guaranteed it cannot. If I had an account, I would actually try it, because that's a good question. But no. Hold on. No way! No way! Fuck right off, though. I like being able to afford RAM. COBOL is used in banks because, like, governments used to use COBOL. They built their entire systems for online banking on COBOL, and now you need it to talk to banks. So, yeah. Alright, we have an identification division. Not sure what that is. The program's ID is Hello World. The program's ID is actually now, it's technically a VM. It's a very, very, very simple VM, where this is the program that it's running. It doesn't have any memory. Well, it does have a memory, the accumulator, one variable. It has 32 bits of memory. Or 64, depending on the type that each language uses, but yeah, it doesn't have a whole lot. It has 32 bits of memory, not a 32-bit bus, 32 bits of memory total. And the way that it works is it goes through, well, I guess you also include the 11 bytes of the program itself. The way that it works is it runs this program, and based on each of these characters, it does something to the accumulator. Adds 1, multiplies by 2, removes 1, divides by 2, multiplies by itself. Returns the final value, which should be 7.5. Because the initial value of accumulator is 0. Alright. I do remember Wikipedia having some very basic examples of COBOL, and I don't know who else is gonna have some of this, so I'm gonna give it a try. Where's the examples section? Here's some COBOL. Okay. So Okay, you do strings. COBOL is genuinely that old that I wasn't sure. This is how you do strings. This is the string that we have. The procedure is going to be called run VM. Not sure if I need to do that. If I run this, there's an error already. I've just changed names of stuff. Line not terminated by a new line. My bad. Isn't that the default code that you gave me? Run VM, run VM. Unexpected identifier, expected division. Why do you want it to be called division? I don't want that. The dot after program ID. I think that was there already. Hold on, let me reset it back to its original version. By the way, the fucking COBOL compiler has AI. I swear to God. It is COBOL, yes. Alright, this is the default. There's the dots in all of these. It runs. Alright, so if I change the name of my function, that's a problem. Why do you want it to be called division? What if I call it division? Maybe the word run is the problem. No. If I call it division, it works. Yeah, I figured the compiler, the website is just for compilers, not for COBOL specifically. Also figured there weren't a whole lot of people making like COBOL compiler programs. Where, how to learn the concepts of logic and algorithms? Any specific places? I'm not really very good at that, but I would say by trying something, by doing something very basic. And then if you have a project that you want to do, doing that. Alright, so I'm not sure why I'm not allowed to change the name of my program from division. But, okay. Should I come back to this? No, let's not give up. It's just I'm in the middle of something, but it doesn't matter. Godbolt. Alright, let me try that. I figured Godbolt might be a little bit better. How do I change the language now? Alright, I'll do this later. So I can do the thing that I actually came here to do. And then get to that. Alright, so essentially, whenever I want to access a file system module in my system, not in COBOL, thank God. Also, another thing, COBOL has just been built as this, like, super complex language, so I'm scared of it. I don't think it really is, like, it probably isn't. It's just that this is how people treat it. Its name precedes it. Its reputation precedes it, I mean. Yeah, so whenever I want to access anything from the from a process, from the kernel, what I need to do is create a thread that's going to be running just one time that is going to be used to run that thing. And this run thread function is the first thing I need to create. And then its return type should be the value that I'm expecting. Alright, so this boilerplate is easy enough to create. To wrap a function call around threading should be easy enough to create. The really difficult, well, not really difficult part, but the kind of annoying part is going to be this one, especially when it involves copying stuff into memory, which I should be doing here, but I cannot be bothered with. Anyway, run thread. I'm going to create that function. Then I'm going to test it. I'm not going to bother because this argument is not being used by anyone except for one place. So IDC. Anyway, scheduler. We're going to create a U64 return run thread that takes a thread T and a process P. And it's going to have a U64 return that's really any 64-bit value, kind of the same way that my also, I cleaned up this code. I removed a whole bunch of stuff from here. Now it's only 700 lines. Only. Okay, so to run a thread, you do this. It's supposed to be to run a thread, like kind of one-shot it. So I'm also going to want to call that from here and from the current process. There you go. And this, all of this comes with me. That's the actual runner of the thread. What it is going to do is it's going to set the threads stack to the very top. So reset the thread completely. I could also zero out the stack, but again. No, I should be able to. Memset. No, first off, I need to put myself in the context of this process. And to do that, I need to load its memory onto RAM. Well, it's always loaded. I need to map it with virtual memory, which should be being done by this. This call. Who's calling you? No, okay, I'm missing something. The enable user call. This loads the memory onto the mapping so that we can access the process's memory using the correct mapping that the process uses. That's okay. The problem is, how do I tell it this is the one that you should be using? That's what I'm not seeing anywhere. It's also not being called anywhere? Oh, I'm in the wrong file. Okay, so the thing I'm looking for is swap ttbr. Okay, this is it. No, this is not it. That is the code that I need, but not the correct one that I need to copy. This is the code that I need. All right. To run a thread, let's call it one shot. I'm going to call it one shot to make it clear that this thread is only going to be run one time. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is check that we're running in the process's memory, that we have the process's memory. So we need to run that function, followed by this function. We also need to store what the current process is so we can restore it later. Because that's going to be modified. If P is not equal to the current process, then we're going to do this shit. We're going to do the swap. And once we're done running that process, we're going to need to do the same thing. But maybe we're gonna be fine. There's more stuff I need to consider. This is not an easy thing. Like, I'm writing here code to restore the process to what it used to be before, but that's not actually correct. It's just that this is going to be needed, but I'm not sure where. Yeah. I'll figure it out in a minute. Okay, okay, so this code here is what I need to run a thread. That's fine. But I don't think we can return from the thread. First off, this code will never run. And second, we never really get a return from thread. I think this is going to become my first go-to. Oh god. This sucks. But it might become my first go-to. What is your problem? Unused label. What the fuck? Yeah. I know I'm not using it. Alright, I'm just gonna put a return 0 to silence the errors. See if this runs in the first place. But again, it might run, but it won't be able to return from the thread. I would not want to work in OS development. Unless it's... even Apple. You guys do your own thing. I'm a consumer. I don't want to use your thing. I don't want to work on it, I mean. Alright. There's the thread that you're going to be running, and there's the process that you're going to be running. Cool. This doesn't actually return. And again, I'll be surprised if the kernel doesn't completely crash. But I guess we're going to try. Okay, so I'm going to give it its own initializer. Term history init. That way I can see if at the very least we can run the thread. Returning from it is a different story. Running initializer, at least this works. And yeah, you're supposed to return a true, but we're doing nothing with that return value. On a DBMS implementation. What is a DBMS? Is database stuff? I've considered it. I'm gonna need a database at some point or another. There is a little project that I talked about working on. Not really on stream, but also maybe. Just to help me with my task management. That would be a good way to do databases at some point, because I do need them. But I don't know if that's what you meant. Alright, it's the terminal. Okay. The terminal crashed, but the operating system did not. That's how good my kernel is. Oh, hold on. Does DBMS stand for Database Management System? I would love to work on one eventually. I probably will. Again, might use my task manager as an excuse to do so. But no, I've barely even worked with databases directly, let alone with... Well, I have a little bit. It's been a long time, but I have. Alright, what is the crash? Translation fault level 1 at this address. Oh yeah, that's the wrong address. Wait. There is one thing I forgot to move. This. When you load the process module, why am I doing all this? It's some very complicated math that's not necessary at all. I want to keep the original function pointers. Oh, very complex math. It's adding things together and then taking away from them. All right. No, it still crashes. Stack's looking weird. Stack is looking really weird. Because this is the stack, not this. So that's kind of concerning. Anyway, it says that the crash is on line 278. Correct? Correct. Okay, so here. Again, these two values seem swapped. It sounds to me like you crashed trying to access this value. It's just not in the stack. But again, I think it's just this. What happens if I just give it a null pointer for this argument? I should be okay. Instead of giving it, again, like I said, this is not valid. We're going to give you just a null pointer. It's the same exact crash. Kind of unexpected. Also, the crash, like, exception symptom register is this, which is like unknown. So that's not great. I think actually address size fault in TTBR0 or TTBR1 is just a default error message. It doesn't really know what crashed. It doesn't really know what happened. But again, it seems like something is happening. Alright, is it the way that I wrote my new module stuff, or is it the function for running a thread? Okay, this works fine. This works fine. Okay, so it's not that. It's got something to do with this. Now, the pointer to this is working fine. This one works fine, because it's pointing here. Like, it's trying to run this function, but when it tries to run this function, it tries to do something, and it fails at doing that. Can I disassemble the damn thing and see what's going on? Come on. This talks too much. It's probably faster if I just run the damn thing again. Thank God I'm a web developer. Yeah, but you have to deal with JavaScript. I don't. I literally block JavaScript. You win some, you lose some. By the way, always a good time to show it. This is what happens when you try to do JavaScript. Anyway, my crash is happening here. Alright, so go to the dump, check the address, and it's the very first instruction of the function, which takes the stack pointer minus 32. It reserves space onto the stack, and it uses value 29 and value 30. I'm not super... store into 29 the value of 30. No, again, what is STP? God damn it. ARM STP instruction. I never remember. Calculates an address from a base register value and an immediate offset and stores the 32-bit words or 64-bit double words to the address. Okay, so essentially, in the stack pointer minus 32, you're going to find something that you're going to store into 29 and 30. Calculates an address from a base register value and an immediate offset and stores two 32-bit values or two 64-bit double words to the calculated address from two registers. From two registers? You lost me. You lost me. You're calculating this as an address, and then you're storing it in these two, is what I'm understanding. But why these two? I don't think that's very correct. I think I'm reading it wrong. I think I'm very much reading it wrong. Saving up 5k for the Jester cam. Alright, let me know if I need to lower the... No. Around September, I might lower the price of it. But yeah, bringing Jester here is just gonna melt both of us. So I don't want that. Does Jester just sleep all day? On stream, yeah. Off stream, yeah. Except when I'm eating, when we're outside. He plays once a month. He has like a lot of toys and barely touches them. So, yeah. Okay, what is the difference between this function and the other one? That's what I'm kind of struggling to understand. Because here I can do it just fine. Whereas in the signals, that's creating its own little thread. Did I miss something in the initializer? Probably. Because again, that one can handle it just fine. Where is it? Where is it? Here. Nope. Thread. It literally just creates a thread. That's it. It calls new thread. It doesn't do anything else besides calling new thread. Whereas mine calls new thread, then sets this to 0, but like that doesn't really change anything. Then just runs the thread. Just to be clear. Okay, that's different. Although, I think that's a separate... Well, I need to check. That works. Okay. This very much looks the same to me. This feels definitely the same. You're trying to run, just to be clear, I am doing the process ID correctly, right? The module owner. What? That worked? No, what the fuck was that? That didn't work. Okay, so it's been inconsistent there. Okay, the owner process is 7, which gives me, yeah, the terminal is process 7. Then there's an initializer within process 7, which runs here, and we're trying to run a thread on that process using that function. Unless the pointer is doing something weird with this cast, which is possible but not super common. Now everything is in kernel space. Okay, so yeah, there's something fucky going on here. I'm just not sure what it is. What I'm surprised by is that this changes every single time. It feels that way anyway. Okay, but most likely what is happening is there's something that I'm not doing here. That would make sense. I'm also calling run thread one shot from this function, process restore. Process restore is the function that gets called when you go from one process to the next. And the process restore gets called here when we switch to a new process. The new process gets set here, this value gets set, the timer gets disabled for the idle proc, which by the way might be something that I need to do. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I want to handle that. Then this is missing. MMU is SID ensure. This is just checks, isn't it? It's just checks, but it might also involve flushing caches and whatnot, so maybe I'll include this as well. Then swap, then process restore. Then early returns, enable the MMU, which I am doing, and then run the thread. This is the only thing that's really missing. I'm very confused by the fact that the error is so inconsistent. It feels like every time I run, there's a different one. I'm confused by the fact that this is the stack, but it thinks that this is the stack. This is a kernel address. It starts with FFFFC. That is the stack's physical address, which it shouldn't use. It should use the virtual address, which is this one. Very, very confusing stuff, but it seems like the stack is being set wrong. Again, I'm surprised that it happens just for one, not for all processes, but whatever. Well, it's actually worse than I thought. The process, the main thread uses a stack that starts with 7. The background thread uses a stack that starts with 6. The process is crashing here at 7. What do you mean? What do you mean? Is there weird shit happening? If I disable the... Well, that didn't do anything. Now this address is completely different. This address is completely wrong. Okay, this is also wrong, by the way. But I don't think that was doing anything. That was absolutely not doing anything. Again, it's using values here that this does not have access to. It simply does not have access to them. Considering we're not even running from within the process itself, they're values that you shouldn't even know about. A little suspicious, a little weird. This looks like the systems stack. All very weird shit happening. I'm very confused. I'm very, very, very confused right now. This is not doing anything. Restore context is an assembly function that uses entirely a pointer that it was given. It doesn't do anything else. So it's a little weird that there's values being used that it doesn't have access to. That is a little suspicious. the stack pointer for the process is again, I'm seeing values that I don't expect to be seen. Why am I seeing those values? You should not have this value anywhere in your memory. This value should be nowhere in your memory. That is very, very, very weird. I'm just very confused by this. Okay, what happens if I just don't do this thing? I don't load the process's memory into memory. Chances are I'm already in it, actually, so who cares? Oh. Okay. Starting to see something about why this value is here. See the cool thing about computers being deterministic? There's an error, you'll eventually find it. The thing is, we're currently in a process. It has its own memory loaded somewhere, and then there's the kernel's memory loaded somewhere else. The process tells the system to load a module. So it calls kernel functions. Technically here, but it doesn't really matter. It just runs a specific instruction that tells the CPU to go into kernel mode, do a context switch, and the point is it ends up here. This function creates a new execution context and calls a different section of the same program. I don't need to do any context switching for that program to be available. Technically then, I am located within just to be clear, there's no print coming from the process, is it? No. If this print was there, maybe I would understand. Yeah, there's that happening, which can make it look weird. It can definitely make it feel like something weird is happening. What I don't understand is where. What I don't understand is how. But I do wonder if while we're inside here, there is a context switch. Maybe we're not able to return neatly back here. Going, through the kernel back here. We're technically executing a context switch for a userland process while we're within a syscall, which is not in userland, so that may be weird. That's why I'm trying to disable the timer, but that may not be enough. Actually, this should be enough to disable the timer. I'm going to try a permanent disable of the timer, then I expect no program will work after this. At the very least, I'll know. Oh, that's not good. That should not have worked. I'm permanently disabling the timer, which means the scheduler should no longer be running. Why is it still running? I'm so confused about everything that's happening here. It's one of those things where whenever I try to change something, nothing changes whatsoever. And it's those are very frustrating because you don't move forward. Until eventually you do. But before you do, it's very frustrating. But again, if I'm permanently disabling the timer, why is the timer not getting disabled at all? Not just permanently, but at all. It's not disabled for a second. That is just really weird. Who's re-enabling the timer? Probably someone's re-enabling the timer. So it's not a permanent disabling of the timer. Now I'm going to try one more thing. I will re-enable the timer. A long time. Don't even know how long that is. And the timer works perfectly. It's like I'm telling it to do something and it's ignoring me. Everything works perfectly fine. System smoother than ever, even though the timer is disabled. God. Okay, so I can't permanently disable the timer. I'm accessing values that I shouldn't have access to, that I shouldn't even have knowledge of. And I have no clue why any of it is happening. Because the things that I'm doing to debug or to fix are pretty much just null. They're doing nothing. Like, I'm genuinely surprised that... Like, will a panic work? Like... Because if this doesn't panic, I'm just gonna be dumping the entire project. Thank God. Okay, so at the very least this works. But again, if I'm telling the system not to I'm telling the system to do a bunch of shit that it's ignoring completely. What is ready process? I forgot I can do this. And also try to do this. So I'm gonna give that a try. Disable the IRQ. Don't need to actually store them. It's not like I'm going anywhere with that. Oh, that was a grand total of nothing. Is there a permanently? No. And again, I want to point out that it seems like even the CPU does not understand what the problem is, because this is like unknown error. Yeah, I lost my my bookmark. Unknown reason. The error is unknown reason 32-bit instruction trapped. We have no idea what is crashing. We are using an address that we shouldn't have access to, another address that we shouldn't have access to. They kind of look swapped because this is a stack address. I don't know what the fuck this is. And even though I'm trying to add stuff here to break the system further, but at least do it in a way that like gives me hints of what's happening. None of them are working. Instead, the system continues to run like normal, like nothing happened. That is wrong. That is wrong. That should not happen. Okay, this is okay. So, number one, I don't need to do a context switch in this case because I know that the current process is the correct one. Is the one whose memory is already loaded. But also, I know that that process's stack is neither of these values that you're lying to me about. So who's loading those? Well, of course, the other question that I can ask myself is, are we returning from this function somehow? Stack? Okay, that's different. No, never mind. Now both of these are kernel addresses that the program should not have access to. What is happening? I am genuinely so surprised that any of this is happening. Because again, none of this makes any sense. These addresses are complete nonsense. And the only thing about it is that, well, let me make sure that first off, this thing still runs. This one works fine. The same exact thing runs fine from here. Which means some of this code must be the one that's handling it gracefully somehow. If not, it's privileged. So this is happening. We have this. We have this. We're calling this, but we don't need it. We're already in the program's correct address space. Moving back. The program is not pending reset, not stopped, has valid values. We have one. And again, as to who's calling this, there's only one possible place to call it from, I believe. It can be coming from here. Or it can be coming from here. Okay, this is the function that's calling it when it works. There's this one, which I already, first off, I've already written and it didn't change anything. And second, I don't need this function because I'm already in the process's memory. I don't need to reset the process. This is again another check that is technically not necessary. This shit is being ignored completely. And everything else before that is just picking which process should run next. I don't think there's anything special about that. There is not. There is nothing about this that I need to change. Okay. Um, so weird. I'm not sure how to move forward here because I've tried debugging every way possible and it's not like it's done anything. Um, Although I do see one thing that is a mistake, but again, not in this case. It's that I didn't change this. That technically could have allowed the process, that was more of a security vulnerability than anything. It could have allowed the process to run in privileged mode. But again, not really a concern here when the current process is the process that we're trying to run again. I'm very lost. Very, very lost. And I'm not sure where to look. Or what to do to get unlost. Again, there is a kind of concerning thing happening in the sense that while the process is running, we stop its execution to execute another thread of itself, but that shouldn't be a problem. Should it? I don't know. Came across your stream, I'm super impressed with it. I wanted to know. Me being the low level, new to the low level space, how can I start OS stuff from scratch, like from loading from the bootloader? Get QEMU and try something, pretty much. OS Dev Wiki can give you some starting points. Emphasis on starting points because it's very incomplete. But yeah, I think the best way is to actually do it. Okay. I'm going to see if I can have the same thing happen with the signals. Right? If I can't create the problem, if I can't debug the problem by having it and finding a way to make it not happen, I'm maybe going to try to reproduce the problem elsewhere. There's not much else I can do. OS Dev Wiki is probably the best place that you can look for some resources to get started from very, very beginning. But then you do have to figure it out a little bit yourself from there. Send signal, I'm not seeing you. I can just search. Signal send code. Okay, here it is. This is what sends a signal. Okay. So sending a signal gets the signal put in a buffer, and then the signal gets handled the next time the program is supposed to run. That kind of a synchronous thing is, first off, not how I want signals to work. Second, not how... Is it No, no, no. It's not when we're returning from the process. So that's not it. Okay. I was thinking, like, is the problem happening in the thread handler? Like in the thread, or when we return to the main thread? But we never run the actual thread, so I highly doubt that we're returning to the main thread. I don't think that is happening. But it is worth a shot checking that, I guess, before I do the signal thing. So I did comment out the code already. But I'm not using it, so it's fine. Actually, I don't need to store this. Is this where the problem is happening? And yeah, that change I made in the scheduler didn't really make sense. That's why I had that weird nomenclature. Well, nomenclature, the weird syntax was needed. The not is apparently not the same as doing this. Alright. No. That is not what's happening. Okay. Alright, so again, I can't find out exactly what is causing this bug. So it's all very confusing. It's not making a whole lot of sense. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to reproduce it elsewhere. So back to my signals now. That's this will do. Alright, disable all of this. Disable the process context switch. Oh, no, keep that, keep that, keep that. We are now, in fact, entirely in the kernel. That is another thing. We may have come from another process, and that process's memory may still be loaded, but we are in the kernel. We should be able to do whatever we want in here. It's the kernel. Alright, now the code that I have for running the thread, this sheet. First off, the type of signal doesn't come from here anymore, it comes from here. Then, we don't know the current process, we know the destination process that we're trying to run this in. Alright. Can I do this? Which is, by the way, the correct canonical way of handling... Nah. That worked fine? Are you joking? There's no way. That worked fine. I was expecting that to crash in the exact same way. I thought I at least had an understanding of the general issue that is happening, but clearly I do not. I don't know what's happening anymore. This should have crashed. It should have crashed. You should have crashed, man. You should have crashed. Okay. That rules out a bunch of errors, I guess. It's just really weird. But it rules out a bunch of errors. Right, that's cool. I guess. What the fuck? Alright. Little recap of what's happening. Both the file system modules and signals are using threading. They're using a thread separate from the main thread of the application. They're not scheduled or anything like that. They're just, that's why I'm calling them run thread one shot. They work as a single function with a very clear return that, you know, the application can run. It doesn't get scheduled, it just gets immediately executed. Simple as that. I'm within the current process, and I use a syscall to put me in the kernel, where I will be calling one of these things. In one place it crashes, in the other it doesn't. I don't understand the difference between the two. I tried to recreate the exact same conditions that caused the crash, and it surprisingly does not crash and continues to work as it should. So what the fuck? That is genuinely horrifying. Because it should have crashed? I don't... Alright, what happens then if the thread that I run, I don't get it, instead I take it from here. A bit silly, but what if I'm creating the process, the thread, right now? Is that the problem that I'm having? Is this the problem that I'm having, perhaps? And the point is to recreate the crash conditions. No, that was the wrong program, and I think it's messing up some stuff later too, so I prefer restarting the system entirely. That is surprisingly good. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. I don't... My God. Jester, of course. Come. Everybody. He's awake, everybody. Say hello. He's very much half asleep. Oh my God. Obviously, I see the problem now. That was interesting. Now, the thing that I don't understand is why is everything crashing? No, that I understand. What I don't understand is why did the timer shit not work? I tried disabling the timer, I tried doing a bunch of stuff, it doesn't work. The timer continues to run. The scheduling of applications continues to happen. I don't want that. He's back asleep. No, he's just laying down. Hello, Atom Fighter. Alright, the problem is literally so stupid. It's this. It's this. It's this. I'm creating the thread and I'm storing it in a local variable in this function. Then I'm running the thread and there's scheduling still happening even though I said no, I don't want that. Even though I tried to tell the kernel not to continue scheduling, it continued, and eventually this function finishes, because this kind of thing is kind of asynchronous, actually. And by kind of asynchronous, I mean it is asynchronous. So this value has changed in the meantime, probably, and it gets messed up. Which is again why I wished the timer shit had worked, because then I would have at least not had the issue happen. But whatever, man. Whatever. Alright. So it happens if I do this. Essentially, I create a thread here, and then I pass it here. Alright, what if I allocate the thread? Or even just give the program a place to hold disposable threads of some sort. But I'm not gonna do that. I probably should do that. But I need to test it first. So I'm just gonna be allocating it real quick. All right. So let's say that I allocate space for a thread. Don't really care about storing it anywhere. And into that value, I write this. The whole thing, ideally. Okay. So once again, I ask myself then the same question here. I allocate space for a thread and inside of it I store this thing and then I pass that. That should fix the issue, right? According to what we just saw, according to the behavior that's very clearly being outlined. Whew. Although I'm not seeing. Fuck's sake. I am not seeing that thread's response coming in. This thing is not printing once again. And I also understand why the terminal is not. I mean, why the timer was continuing again. All right, so now I need to think of this. Essentially, this thing that I just did, right? Run a function to initialize the file system, or whatever it is that you're doing in a background thread. You have this one-shot background thread, a thread that is supposed to run entirely kind of to completion. Now I do need to have some way of stopping that thread from running, right? If the thread is running for too long or whatever, you can hijack the entire system that way. So I can't really have that. But I need your thread to run, and I'm not scheduling it, and there's no way to schedule this thread. So what do I do? Can I try, once again, to reset the timer reset, set the timer to using a very high value. Will it work this time? I understand why this didn't work, but will it work this time? No. Okay, well, at least I'm getting it to work slowly. That's something. We're slowly starting to make our way to this working. Anyway, all right. Cool thing. I can get rid of signal buffers here which were just a way to handle signals before, I don't really need them anymore. The signal gets handled immediately. The question that I have is, why is the signal being handled and getting a response? There, it works. But this thread is not. The module is not being loaded. Or, it's... What is the name of it? Alright, I need a break. I need a break from this. Shall we try COBOL again? I'll come back to it in a minute. I'm right now I'm between COBOL and threading, and I don't know which one is worse. But okay, I'm gonna try writing something in COBOL, because that's apparently fun, right? So, I don't understand quite why this COBOL compiler requires this function to be called division. You complain if my function is not called division, it seems like. But okay, I'm seeing here identification division, then program ID hello world, then a procedure called division with the code display hello world, then stop run. There is nothing called run, but what happens if I don't run this? Now it still stops. Program header, program ID header missing. Okay, so I do need that, but I don't need that identifier. It just says procedure division display hello world. Okay, so what if I change this now to 3 random letters, which ended up being emo? It wants the word to be division. It requires that this procedure is called division. Is that a main? Oh my god. There is actually something called divisions in COBOL. Division is an identifier. I'm about to go work in a bank. By the end of today, I'm gonna be working in a bank. Alright, so, yeah, procedure division, does that mean main function? Is that main function in old language? In old program? Like there's old English, this is old program. This is old code. Alright, so if I make another division, if I make another procedure, and this one I call main, and I put this here, and I do run main, will that work? I'm not sure, I'm making up the syntax, but... unexpected identifier, expected division, okay. Can I have another one? Unexpected run, unexpected procedure. What exactly is a procedure in this language? Are there any COBOL experts in the chat? You never know, I guess. I looked up procedural when I was looking for procedure, what it means. The COBOL code is split into 4 divisions: identification, environment, data, and procedure, containing a rigid hierarchy of sections, paragraphs, and sentences. Lacking a large standard library, the standard specifies 43 statements, 87 functions, and just 1 class. It has classes? That is stupid. Okay, no COBOL experts in the chat, unfortunately. That's surprising. Comobol, what the fuck was I going for? Okay. So you don't need to actually yell. This is Godbolt. And it's not yelling. But yes. Identification division. Program ID, hello. Procedure division is the main function. That is crazy. At which point, displays hello world and stops its run. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to have a string. Am I gonna figure this out? Okay. COBOL string manipulation. We don't even get Stack Overflow, we get IBM. Evaluating, okay, this is kind of what I want, I guess, evaluating. My god, this documentation smells old. I'm not trying to say anything ageist, but yeah. Char and ORD to evaluate integers and a single alphabetic or alphanumeric character with respect to the collating sequences used in a program. Man, mix, ORD max, ORD min, length. Okay, can I write a for loop in COBOL? Tutorials point, let's go. Perform through is used to execute a series of paragraphs by giving the first and last paragraph names in the sequence. COBOL has 4 each. It has 4 with a number. It has 4 each. It has while. That is crazy. Alright. This is such a weird syntax to me. Even Lisp made more sense when I started. Because Lisp is actually well designed. Lisp is a great language. I love Lisp. Have I talked about Lisp recently? I think I've mentioned it a couple times. I don't even understand the code that I'm looking at. Starting with the fact that you're talking about perform through, but you're not showing me how it works. Okay. So if I run this, I do need that, so, okay. I'm going to perform inline. I want to inline it. I want to perform this until, with this in between. And without this, perform statement not terminated by end perform. Of course, I forgot. Still not terminated by end perform. Syntax error, unexpected end perform. Do you maybe see how that's a little nonsensical? Okay, these tutorials are absolutely awful. There's not a whole lot of like COBOL community. No, that's not what I'm looking at. Geeks for Geeks, please save me, for the love of God. The simple perform statement. Here's 20 lines of bullshit. Alright, procedure division. Main procedure. Perform this, that, and that, and this, and that, and that. Okay. Where's the... How is this a loop? This is not a loop. Okay, it's perform times is what I want. Perform a specific... Okay. So I want this in a procedure called proc, perform proc 10 times. Perform without the period. Unexpected times. It says it right here. Okay, this compiles. I'm not going to lie, I wanted to do this, but this language is genuinely painful to look at. Well, I'm still gonna try. What a horrible language, my god. Alright, so I want to display hello world. Will you actually do what I'm telling you to do for once? There's no way that crashes. That's literally what they're doing here. Do I need a period at the end? Okay, that compiles, but it doesn't actually run. So you run it. Okay, and it ran it 3 times. That's good. 10 times. Okay. Now, if I have a... Not sure what's going on here. Do I need to put a number? Prog value hello. Can I do that? Is that a correct declaration? No. Holy fuck, that's super wrong. Unexpected procedure. It's a language that terminates. It's a language that terminates in period. Okay, so that was a hard-coded value. It needs to be 1. Picture clause required. So the previous one didn't have to have a picture, but this one does need it. What is picture anyway? I'm so confused by what is going on in this language. Okay. Now, can I do length of prog length. If I spell it correctly, can I do it? Okay, that is something. That is something. I am iterating through a string in this holy fucking language. This is genuinely a horrifying experience, by the way. It's not even that difficult, it's just horrifying. And I'm doing this to not do threading. Who suggested COBOL? We need to have a word. Anyway. Alright, so I'm able to iterate, to do a function by length times. Okay, so with that, I should be able to have my plus plus minus times divide this thing. Program, I actually forgot what it looks like. This program. Alright. And then I want to see if I need to iterate over a string. Loop through a string. How can I get a single character from a string in COBOL? The first thing to understand is that array indices are 0 based in C and 1 based in COBOL. Thank you for telling me that because I did not know that. Next, COBOL and C have very different ways of representing character strings. In C, a string is generated storing as an array of characters. The end of a string is represented by 0. COBOL has no such convention. Strings are stored in name data items of a specific length. That's what this is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I eliminate the spaces, that is actually going to be 6. Okay, and what if I do display my variable 3, 1? What will that do? Display prog 3, 1. With a period at the end. It does show me the third character. Okay. Now, can I get from a perform loop this is genuinely such an old language. Now I understand. Okay, how do I do this? The I in int. No, in a for loop, I mean. I mean, I could always make a value like this, value 12. Okay, so I give it value 1 for a counter. I also need one for an accumulator. So an accumulator of value maximum 3. I'm not sure about these sizes. Whatever. Can I put count here? Oh. In line 5, unexpected count. But I do see that they're not using this X, so can I just do that? No, that gets even worse. It's 9 for digits instead of 1? Or, oh, 9 here. Okay, I did see them using 9. Unexpected count though. Okay. 99? It's not gonna go higher than... How is count the unexpected one is what I don't understand. Okay, call it that. This one you're gonna be complete. Okay, so how did that work, but the other one didn't? Count. The word count is the problem. Okay. Counter. I don't know if I need a counter, but I'm gonna use it. Alright, counter, the accumulator, I'm gonna give it value 99. Counter starts at 1, accumulator starts at 0, actually. X is not needed. Then unexpected count here, that I understand. I want a substring. Every time I see them doing substrings, they're doing it with hard-coded numbers. Hard-coded numbers are completely useless. Do we know that this is a... programming language? No? This is what's running my bank account, huh? Okay. Feel very, very good about not having all my money under a mattress right now. Okay. Well, to be fair. Oh, that actually worked. Okay. And I'm not increasing the counter, of course. So now I want to add counter and 1 period. Is that the syntax? Not quite. But even Wikipedia had that, so... add 1 to... Okay, that's what I want. Add 1 to... Right, this language is very English-like. Alright, there we go. I'm getting the correct value. Woohoo! Okay. Then... Hold on, can I do this? Display app. Yes, very good. Very good. Now, how do I test a condition? We're getting there. On? Is it on? Is it on? I'm getting excited for COBOL. What is happening? Let me see. On prog counter 1 maybe is, and then a character. Then here I want to do ack 1 to ack. How wrong did I get that? Unexpected on, unexpected is. Okay. COBOL conditionals. No, not tutorial points. Their tutorials were not on point. IBM. That wasn't even documentation. You were just saying things. It's literally just if. Okay, why did I think it was going to be something really stupid? Am I wrong thinking that? I don't think I need a period. There. Invalid expression on line 15, not 14. I don't trust you with that, but okay. If operand is positive. So I think I do need is. This is such a confusing language. Unexpected literal. Right, okay. Cobol string equal to string. Constantly yelling at you with uppercase. Do I need uppercase? Because like Godbolt doesn't use uppercase. This is a code that I copied. That was uppercase, but yeah. Is equal to. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, I'm about to go work in a bank. Caps lock hit. Nah. I don't want to yell. Although I am writing code in like half caps lock, half not. So, again, it's either this or threading. What do you prefer? I know exactly what I prefer. To play a game or something. I don't know. I actually don't know what I prefer. Maybe a little crying. That would be nice. Alright, there's still a few operations I need to figure out, but I got the gist of my program down. Division and exponential with this symbol, right? Alright, what about multiply? Cobol multiplication. It feeling like writing sentences all the time. Yeah, this was the original prompting. Multiply statement. Okay, so I'm assuming it's going to be for multiply. Multiply the accumulator by 2. 2 is not a numeric name. So multiply 2 by the accumulator, of course. Okay. Divide. Now, what happens here? Because so far it's always complained when I put the value here. But I'm dividing. Here the order actually does matter. Okay. Can I comment it out? Okay, good. Because there is this one. This one's going to be easy. Well, is it going to be easy? Is it going to complain? Multiply the accumulator by the accumulator. It will complain. Invalid symbol. Of course. Okay, multiplying the accumulator worked. Now, subtract and divide I still need to figure out. IBM documentation. I hope they actually tell me something. What the fuck? What is that documentation? IBM. Hold on, it just got better. There's a Spanish version that translates sentence as like prison sentence, which is exactly what writing COBOL feels like, by the way. By the way, subtract multiple values in COBOL. Session 66. We're still doing basic math in session 66. Ooh. Oh no, this is actually how you represent code in COBOL documentation. This is an unhinged language. If I keep all my money in a mattress, will you promise not to break into my house and steal it? I'm not just asking to anyone watching right now, I'm just asking in general to all of humanity. Because I'm terrified that this is the code that's running the banks that I put my money in. This cannot be. I need to subtract atomic from atomic. Okay, subtract 1 from, that's the syntax. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to subtract 1 from the accumulator. Likewise, when I'm doing division, I'm going to divide 2 from accumulator into is the correct wording for that one. 7! I did it! I did it! I don't have to write this shit anymore. I finished the program. I finished it. Oh my god, that was horrible. That was miserable. I felt miserable doing that. Even when I wrote Julia, I was pissed off at the language because it's like, what is this called? White space aware, whatever you call it. I hated that, but I wasn't miserable. Here I felt genuinely miserable writing this. I felt it was unpleasant. It was actually an unpleasant thing. It was a feeling of disgust. A feeling of rejection, deep primal rejection coming from inside me towards this programming language. It was a very unpleasant experience. There's not even much of a reason for that. It just was. Again, it's primal. I don't even control it. It came from my subconscious. I think it's evolutionary. I think it's actually evolutionary. It is from 1959. 2 streams ago, I was praising Lisp. Lisp is older. Lisp is so great. I'm building a Lisp interpreter tomorrow, probably, or the next day, whenever I'm free from threading. I'm doing a Lisp interpreter. I want my terminal's programming language, like scripting language, to be Lisp, the second oldest programming language after Fortran. The age of COBOL is not the problem. Why do I keep misspelling it as Kolob instead of COBOL? It is also from 19... Well, no, hold on. It is from 1960. And again, I don't know why whenever I see the name Grace Hopper, I think of Grace Jones. This is not the best picture of Grace Jones. Where is that really cool picture of Grace Jones? This picture of Grace Jones, which is like the coolest a human being has ever looked, by the way. That picture. Not this. And I also realized since the last name Hopper, I'm thinking of Judy Hopper. Like, is that her name? Yeah, from Zootopia. Judy Hopper. Oh, it's Judy Hopps, not Judy Hopper. Alright, never mind. I guess I won't think about her anymore. I'm just gonna be thinking about Grace Jones then. Whatever. One thing about Grace Jones, she would have never built COBOL. She would have built Lisp, perhaps, but not COBOL. Probably there were resources constraints for which why it was like that. Single-step compilers. Well, C is like that for the same... Well, no, okay. I don't know. Again, it's not even... I can't even fully articulate why I felt that way, but the entire experience was unpleasant. The entire thing was just genuinely unpleasant. I don't know what to tell you. I can't articulate why it was unpleasant. I've written the exact same program in a lot of other languages. For that matter, maybe my instinctive reaction to whether a programming language is good or not is not the best actual true indicator. because when I tried doing this exact program in OCaml, I said I don't like this language. It stinks of cigarettes because of the cigarettes with the same name. So maybe I should not follow my instincts this hard when it comes to like liking or not a programming language. But you know what? It's worked so far, so who cares? Whatever. Maybe if you are looking to get into COBOL, don't listen to me. Alright? Don't listen to the guy who thinks that a language stinks of cigarettes and you'll be fine. Be happy. Be doing your CBL. Get your job at a bank with what I'm pretty sure is going to be guaranteed job security. And please don't fuck up my money. I don't have to write COBOL ever again. I almost want to cry how happy I am. For C++ complaining about uninitialized members, you can just put a default value in the struct definition. Yeah, but these are C definitions. That then C++ is like, as the most important language in this code base, I feel like I have to say that blah 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 blah. See, my opinion on programming languages is very much just like whatever the fuck is going through my head at the time. It's genuinely unhinged. Not that I give a shit, but it is. Okay. Where are we? Right. I remember where are we aware. Okay, so I'm trying to run an initializer function in user space from within the kernel because I'm trying to run a file system from user space. To do that, I need to create a thread for it, which just gives me context for the execution. It's not really a thread. It doesn't get scheduled, and it's only supposed to run that function and literally nothing else. But it does provide the context necessary for just somehow some nail polish melted onto my finger. Now there's a black stain on it. How did that happen? Supposed to be dry. This is from yesterday too, like. Anyway. Yeah, the thread here really just provides like a stack and an execution context for this function. That's it, that's all it does. I was running into a weird issue where it was giving me a crash with some weird addresses because essentially I was not allocating the thread, like the actual place where the thread gets stored, and that would lead to you know, the thread kind of being stored in a garbage location and then crashing. Somehow crashing the program but not the kernel? I guess that was lucky. But yeah, if I allocate the thread, if I just set aside some memory for it, then it works fine. And that is okay, but I did notice that my thread is not actually running. Even though I'm doing the same thing from signals, and those work fine. To the point that I'm not even using the signal buffer anymore, I'm handling signals directly. This entire thing can go away now. Okay, there we go. That program is creating a signal handler for itself, then sending itself a quit signal, and that handler handles the signal. Then we return to the main program's execution, and it continues to run, detects that it received that signal, and quits itself. But the same thing doesn't seem to be happening with the terminal that's supposed to be setting up a file system. It doesn't crash anymore. It continues to work just fine. By the way, I just noticed the terminal does not output its own command here. I'll probably need to fix that, but not right now. There's the terminal. Here is the stack that's being given to this specific process so that the thingy can initialize itself. It's given a stack, and then nothing else happens after that. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. You would expect it to work. Alright, another thing that I want to see. What happens if on this thread I do this? I mean, not on this thread. On this program, I do this. I put an infinite loop inside of my signal handler. I'm in an infinite loop. And the system is entirely frozen by this process because it's running this, and there seems to be no scheduling happening to bring us to the next process. That's probably because I added a timer reset that's very, very long. Indeed. Okay. So the problem that's happening is not what I thought, but anyway. This is... Okay, this should be 10 seconds. So I want to test something real quick. Not quite. Is this 10 seconds? That's not 10 seconds, clearly. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What? Alright. I want to see if it eventually quits this thread, which it should. I think. Oh, there it is. Alright, so this timer reset shit, like what values does it use? Nanoseconds. No. Hold on. I'm not sure what this uses. Seconds. That cannot possibly be seconds. The priority of the process. The priority of the process is set. Where is that set? There's like a bunch of macros. Here. Low priority runs the process for 1 millisecond before returning execution to the kernel to execute the next process. High priority runs it for 10 seconds. Full priority runs it for 25 milliseconds, not 10 seconds, 10 milliseconds and 25 milliseconds. So when I execute this thing, I want to execute it for 25 milliseconds, at which point I don't care if you're in a loop. Yeah, it executes for 25 milliseconds and then it has to return. If I do 250 milliseconds, that was not 250 milliseconds. That was maybe 2 seconds and a half? No, not really. That was too short for... I don't understand what unit this timer reset function uses. It's If I set it to 1,000, is it cycles? No, cycles is too low. That was a second, right? No, maybe that wasn't a second. What did I do? Ugh, it happened and I didn't see it. That was 1 second. Okay, so this is 10 seconds. Right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I was counting it a little bit weird, but yes. I can give the process. Okay, so that's cool. That's cool. I can choose how much time I'm giving the handler, the thread, to run. I can choose a timeout for it. I can give it a timeout. If you don't return before that timeout, you will be reset. Tough luck, my dude. And the best part is, if it does exit, then that will lead to a what is it called? Context switch. The timer will automatically be reset, so it cancels it. Alright, so I have a very easy way of doing timeouts for these threads, which is a thing that I was wondering, how will I handle that? Now I know how I will handle that. Very good. Very good. Okay. And this, frankly, I don't need to worry about, because I'm in the kernel. Okay. However, this is where we should do async await, essentially. That's kind of what I need. What I'm doing here is running kind of an asynchronous function. Not really, it's just that the entry point to the function and the exit point of the function are in different places. This is where I enter the function. And this is where I exit the function. Either here or here. Which is really weird. Because I need to know how do I handle that situation. Okay. So my thread runs. Okay, hold on. Another thing I didn't check is this one runs. Does this one? No, it continues not to run. I don't understand what the problem is. But this works, but this doesn't. Jester! Alright, that's very weird. This thread here is incapable of printing. Obscure came back again? What do you mean? I'm using Debian. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, because it's Linux, not because it's Debian. Alright, but at least this works. I'm just genuinely confused with buttons. Let me see the difference between this code and that code. Because even when this was literally allocating here, it was able to run. The dog is just for censorship of the actual dog when he's doing something gross. Which is whenever he's not asleep, essentially. He's still doing it. Not knowing what is going on. Oh, me? Yes. Never know what's going on. Very, very confused. Alright. There he goes. Normal. Also, this is like too much time. Too much processor time for you. There. Take full priority. 25 milliseconds. You use any more than that, get out of here. Okay. Again, the really weird thing here is how this process works and this one doesn't. I don't understand the difference. Alright, first off. Can I make this a void pointer real quick? So instead of doing this, I want to do... Okay, so don't make that a void pointer. I want to do this, which just does that. And then I forgot what I was supposed to do afterwards. Yes, actually set a signal handler and send yourself a signal. I expect this to have the exact same behavior as the other one because it's the exact same code, right? It's a little hard to tell if it just printed a lot of times or not, so can I do this? Not sure if print will work properly. That's worth a shot. Maybe increase the value? At least print works properly. Okay, it is working. By the way, the entirety of the syscall is taking up a little bit over a millisecond. That's what it takes to do these prints, considering we are running this for 255 milliseconds, and it prints nearly 200 times. Alright, so we can see the code here, we can make it exactly the same. That isn't going to change anything. I need to understand what the difference is between the two. Because this one will not print at all. No prints whatsoever. Alright. In the signal manager, the thread is being created here. Technically separate from where it's executed, but that doesn't really change much. Or also, when it wasn't separate from where it's executed, it worked fine. Right, I forgot I need to allocate it. Alright. This one works just fine. Except it didn't quit. Except it didn't quit. But it printed. Oh, wait, well, true. Yeah. How was that ever gonna quit? This one works perfectly fine. And I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm creating the thread in the moment that I'm going to execute it. I am creating it, and running it. Then I'm switching process, but I don't think that has anything to do with it. Huh. Well. Well, 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 well. Well, well, well. Without this, it doesn't run. With this, it doesn't run either. What? No way. I think one of my fans is like turning itself off. Okay, so it's just being inconsistent. That's what's happening. Well, isn't that just great? Ain't that just so fucking fun? Well, but by that logic then... This is genuinely just one problem after the other. Why the fuck am I doing this? That didn't work. This one seems to consistently never work. The other one mostly works, but sometimes doesn't. I cannot tell the difference between the two. This one does not work. This one mostly works. To the point that I would say it always works, just sometimes it seems to like not work. What to do, what to do, what to do. Not actually what to do. If at least both were doing the same behavior, I would understand, but they're not. They're acting in completely, vastly different ways. So what is that about? Very confusing shit. Okay, I'm going to try something. The process already has an exposed file system, right? So I'm going to give it a thread specifically here to see if that changes anything. File system thread. A single thread for the file system. At least I don't have to allocate it. That's always helpful. Right? The processes file system thread is now going to be this thing. And we have a reliable place to store its information, including eventually its return type, which is something that I'm going to need. And I'm okay with doing this. Still nothing. This fuck-ass thing. I don't get it. What are you going on about? Okay, I'm going to try something that I'm not going to enjoy. I think the command is just debug. Off to a great start. GDB is not doing shit. And people ask me why I don't use GDB. This is why. I can never get it to work. It never runs properly. Alright. Run vert debug, which is going to start the system and not actually run it. And I'm going to run run debug. No, just debug. I think. Okay. I'm going to put a breakpoint in run thread one shot. And there's my breakpoint. All right. Restore context, which it did not step into like I asked it to. There it is. All right. That is going to be running all of these instructions, which are going to be restoring the context of that process based on how it should work. The configuration that we gave it, which I'm not sure about, but it should be there. Although that's not good, that value of initializer. Then it's going to eret, it's going to return from exception, essentially putting us in the process, which it loses context of. But no, xipc. Okay, that is the first instruction of my program. Seems to be good. I should even be able to run x10i pc. Those are the first 10 instructions of my program. It's going to first calculate this value, then it's going to move sp into x29, then it's going to store the value of x0, which there's really nothing in, but that's just the what is it called? The argument. And we are in an exception. It's crashing. But I'm not being told of it. Okay. So info register ESR ELR EL1. Okay. The crash is happening due to... Not sure why it's not telling me that it's crashing. I would expect that would have saved us a lot of money, a lot of space, a lot of time. $92. $92000044. Oh, I missed a 0. Okay. It's a data abort from a lower exception. Abort caused by writing to memory, translation fault level 0. Which means we tried to write some memory and it failed. Got it. No problem. Alright, tell me where. Info register FAREL1. It's that address over there, which is a stack address for the stack that it just created. FFF. Yeah, that's no, that's where you should have put the... It says here it initialized the stack between EFF000 and FF000, or FFF000, which means EFE0 is a valid address. That should be a valid address. But okay, it is a permission fault. Ah, wait. It is a permission fault, but it's one that is expected. Because we're lazy allocating the stack. Alright, so you're gonna run that. You're gonna run that. You're gonna run that. You're gonna run that. Are you able to go back to... There we go. It's going to try to handle the page fault. It's going to handle it properly. It's going to restore the process. What happened? Process restore didn't work. And really, what I really want to run, but what I really want to do is this. Although, how did that not run exactly? This function can either panic or... Nah, GDB, you're lying to me, right? That function can either panic or get us back into the program. How are we here? And there goes GDB. Completely unusable. Gives me absolutely no context. This is a function that if it gets here, panics, crashes the entire system. 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 See here too. Otherwise it gets here, or here, and here it returns. There's no way for this function to return, ever. How am I returning from it? There's some weird stuff happening here. And GDB was lying to me. Either GDB is lying to me or Panic stopped working randomly. I have a feeling that GDB started lying to me. Because this is never getting triggered now. GDB was lying. Okay, confirmed. Oh my god. I don't understand GDB. How is the program unable to work? How does it straight up lie to you? It told me that this function, which is literally incapable of being returned from, was being returned from. That is impossible to have happen. That is a thing that cannot physically happen. Why was GDB telling me, oh yeah, after that we just executed this, you know how it is. Yeah, it just kept going. Genuinely, what a useless program. All right. Anyway, that's GDB being useless. Thank you for that. I learned absolutely nothing, and I wasted 10 minutes doing that. And I still don't understand what is happening or why. And I am running out of options now. Keep in mind, so far, the amount of code that has been written in this 4-hour stream has been nothing. Has been pretty much this, and it doesn't work. And a bunch of more boilerplate. And the rest has been debugging these 5 lines of code that don't work. So it's been very fun. Very much out of options. Would still love to understand what is happening. I don't think I'll ever get to. I mean, no, genuinely. What do I even do now? I need to understand what is happening in my code. There is a program for that called GDB. It is not telling me what my code is doing, it's just telling me whatever the fuck it feels like telling me. It's genuinely lying to me. Confirmed. Confirmed to be lying. There's no way what it told me was true, and I confirmed it was not true. But besides that, I have 2 different programs that are doing the exact same thing, but they're presenting different behavior. And I'm at a loss for how to now debug exactly what it is to narrow down what is causing the difference. There's not much else I can do to find this issue. Like, actually, it's confusing as shit. Anyway. Right, the reason this was suspicious is that it's just no longer an accurate log. Alright. I literally have no other option but to use GDB. But GDB is not telling me anything useful, so I'm not sure what to do here. It actually just skipped over all the logic that I needed to check, so that's great. I'm getting genuinely so annoyed at GDB. Every time I try to use this damn thing, it doesn't work. And it sometimes introduces more bugs than it fixes. But I have no other option. Especially when printing is failing. I cannot just put a bunch of prints and see what's happening. That's the problem. I have no real option for finding out what's happening here. Because the debugging tool is bugging instead of debugging. Okay. Okay. It does seem like it's... Oh no, I'm just gonna follow this entirely. My god, it's gonna take forever. Okay. Okay. I have no idea what's happening anymore. Okay, step into. There we are again. The current instruction is not that one. Not sure why you think it's that one. The current instruction is this one. I'm still on this instruction. Okay, so I'm going to step. And I'm now into the next instruction. Okay, we've moved forward, I guess. We're now onto this one, which is storing onto the stack. All right. There should be a while loop. And then this should be my... Okay, I'm expecting to get to this point, and that will be where it prints, but it's never printing, so I'm not getting to that point. Okay, step. Can I do them at the same time? Step, and then X, I, 10, PC? No. Of course not. This is not a useful system. Okay, so I'm going to step. I'm now in 24. Step again. I'm now in 28. Step again. I'm in 2C. 30. 34. 38. 3C. 40. 44. 44 is a branch link. It's going to do stuff to the stack because this is... No, because where are we right now, actually? Imprint. Right. I put a print here, not a print hell. Now there's a lot more execution happening. A, C, B0, B4, B8, BC, C0, okay. I'm trying to get to... It's gonna take forever. I'm trying to get to this address. 418, 418. Okay, we're at 4, 4, 1, 4, 8. Okay, this here is a different instruction than what it should be. No, wait. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to get lower than this. By my calculations. Where am I? Oh, there's another branch. Where am I? 40 E6 2C. That's like a mem set. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is unsustainable. I don't think I can do anything with this. I'm going to hope, truly hope, that I'm able to do this. Now that I made this a print L. Debug. Alright, and I'm going to put... Hold on, there is one thing I can do. Make dump. Take longer, please. Alright, I need to find print L. This address is the function print. Is that being called? Debugger should be able to tell me that, right? It wasn't a pedantic piece of... Oh, no, wait. Yes. Alright. Continue. And it never gets to it. And you know the best part? The breakpoint that never got triggered. There is its output. There is its output right there. But it never printed because it never got triggered according to GDB. Holy fuck, GDB is useless! I am so tired of it. Is there no alternative? Is there really nothing better? I don't think we can have anything better. Because I'm not really supposed to. But like, this is actually torture to use. That's demoralizing. That's actively demoralizing shit. Okay. Genuinely, what is happening? Actively don't know what is happening anymore. I do wonder, though, if this has anything to do with it? Somehow, but not really. Alright, I have no idea what's happening anymore. The only debugging tool I have is genuinely the most useless software I have ever used. It exists purely for decoration. So I don't really have much of an option to see what is happening, I think. I'm not sure what to do. But anyway, that's enough for today, because what the fuck? Like, actually, what do you do in this case? When printing doesn't work, and GDB lies to you about what is currently happening in your program, how do you debug? You just blindly throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. That's the plan here. But I think I've done more than enough of that by today. I highly doubt I'm gonna be streaming this tomorrow. I'm probably gonna be doing something else because actually, again, what the fuck is happening? So yeah, probably gonna be doing some Lisp stuff tomorrow, some like Lisp interpreter stuff tomorrow. I'm sure this is gonna work eventually. But what the genuine fuck is happening? I'm actually so confused. Anyway, I guess we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you then.